Hey X2, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, I'm live on all the things. Oh man, and I don't really have anything nice here to put. Uh this memory mode, disk mode. That's what I'm working on right now. Okay, so what's the plan today, huh? What is in memory mode? Yeah, good question. What is in memory mode? So it's the next improvement that I wanted to make to the web server, which I actually thought it would require more work. Still not done yet, to be clear. But it's actually not that hard. It seems, at least so far. In memory mode means this. You know what? It's time to whip out Lorien and start drawing awful graphics, awful graphs. So, okay, normally you do this. You have multiple input files. Call them in. Can I delete partially? Of course, no, I can't. Okay, I'm gonna try this better. Wait. Do. Okay, I have a bunch of input files. They go through a pipeline. They get, maybe this should be drawn as a circle. Parsed. Analyzed. Rendered. I need more space. Rendered. And then finally, they get installed. Let's do it like this. I for install. And then you end up with a bunch of files. And this is out. By the way, this was totally unnecessary. I would have been much quicker just explaining it. But in any case, this is the normal pipeline. So normally you have disk mode. Disk mode means that you want to do an install step. But what I was thinking is, when you're developing the web server, you don't really want to install the website anywhere. You can install the website somewhere and then serve those files from disk. But if you think about it, it's so many extra steps. So the way it works is a new build triggers. You do the build and then you write files. And then whenever you write these new files, you tell the client to reload the page. The client reloads the page by asking you to fetch to your web server to fetch those files. You fetch them on disk and then you send them back to the browser. And it's like what even is the point of having the disk in this mix? I mean, the only reason why you go through the disk is because the normal mode of operation of this pipeline is to output to disk. But if you can have the pipeline and in memory, so you say, look, we render, but we never put the render stuff on disk. We keep it in memory. Then if you do that, you're golden, because now you can serve these artifacts from memory. And the nice thing that I'm doing in Zine is that I have like very precise knowledge of all paths and things that exist in the build. New marketing about being optimized for SSDs, yes. And so there is no point in writing anything to disk. Keep everything in memory. So the way it looks like is this. I implemented some of it. So when you launch the serve command, I had to refactor a bunch of stuff, but these refactorings have all been so great. So here's the serve command, and just to give you an idea, the serve command, sorry, I'll start from the top. The serve command starts with, actually no, let's do release first, sorry. Release command is like, this is the command for creating a classic build, and it starts by parsing CLI arguments. So let's go do that first. So the release command has two, well, it's not exactly two arguments, but like two sets of arguments: the output dir path and the and build assets. Where build assets are basically CLI arguments that you know, if you integrate it with the Zig build system, you basically are going to get a bunch of lazy paths on the CLI. These are build assets. And this is what the help menu looks like. I commented out build assets because I want to change this interface. But the idea is like, these are the only CLI arguments that you pass in. Okay, so far so good. So after that, we load the config. Previously, loading the config was part of creating the build. So it would be like part of the same thing. Now it's broken up into two different steps. So you load the config dir, which also tells you what is the base dir path, which is basically the path where the config file lives in. Then we have, we start the thread pool, and here we do the build, which is now calling root.run. You pass in the config, you pass in options the base dir path, you pass in any build assets that you collected from your command, and then you say mode is disk mode, and we want to output here. We want to output to this dir path, which this thing decides is going to be okay, no, we leave it null, and then something deeper down decides what's the default, which I'm not sure it's a great idea, but this is what it is so far. So this is now the command to invoke a build. Now, well, let's look at serve. Server complains that it just cannot do anything in single-threaded mode, because that's which is super true, because right now we have blocking I/O, so we just can't do I/O. We can't spin up a web server in single-threaded mode, because then we can't do anything else if we're busy doing that. It would be nice. It would be a great improvement to be able to say, yeah, you know what, fuck this. We take this away, and instead we have like an event loop. But for now, we don't, and I don't know if there's even a good Zig solution for that yet. In any case, you know, the day this comes, we can take down this restriction. In any case, parse the command, start the thread pool. Let's do the if debug stuff. If it's not in debug mode, we don't even bother shutting down the thread pool. So we have a channel for events that are used by a debouncer, a watcher. Where's the watcher? Where's my watcher friend? Oh, it's down below. Here's the watcher. Okay, so I'm skipping ahead. So we log the CFG. We start the debouncer. The debouncer is basically a thread that just says, you know, if there's a flurry of events, wait until there's like 50 milliseconds without new events before we trigger an actual build, so that we avoid building things too many times for no reason. Then we load the CFG, we collect all the directories that we want to watch for changes. So one is going to be the assets directory, one is going to be the layouts directory, one is going to be the content directory for each website. So if it's a simple site, it's just one content directory. If it's a multilingual website, it's multiple content directories. So we watch all this stuff. And then, which, by the way, I'm kind of tempted to change this interface a little bit by saying that you can't specify the content dir path individually, and then they all have to be in the same subdirectory, one next to the other. But I don't know. In any case, so we start the file watcher, passing in all the directories to watch. Then we perform the build, but we put it in a var, not in a const. So we start the server, and after the server starts, we print listening to blah, blah, blah. Then we have, we have a hash map of WebSockets that we put new WebSockets into. So whenever there's like a new connection event from the web server, like a new WebSocket was created, when we put it in there. On this connect, we take it out. And here's the juicy part. On change, we free the old build, and we make a new one. And we say the mode is memory, also here. So when mode is memory, there is no output directory. And the idea is that when mode is memory, then you go into page. And the idea is that you get this information for every page. Like, where's the build page? Here, instead of render, basically. Memory. Okay, so now here's the problem. Previously, what I was working on in serve, so the server previously had code in handle request here, handle request. We received like a path request from the client, and some paths are special. Like, you're asking for this guy, we do serve it from memory because it's like even embedded in the, it's a JavaScript snippet that it's embedded in the executable. If you ask for this guy, then you want to open a WebSocket connection. So we basically divert the connection to becoming a WebSocket connection. Then if it's not any of these things, now we need to find what they belong, what things they map to, right? And previously it was like a disk thing. I still have, this is still the old code that I pushed down and that I'm gonna delete. So previously we said, okay, let's go into the public directory, open this file, and let's see what's in there. But now we have to search for these things in different places. So for example, first we search if it's a site asset. So we look at the site assets hash map, and we see if there is a file, if there's an entry there. And if there is, then we send the file. So next is going to be, okay, now let's if this failed, if we did break to not found, then we need to scan all the variants, and so that's the next thing, like scanning the variants. But if the memory build was done through a memory file system, it's really not necessary. I mean, in memory in this case just means don't actually output the rendered stuff. At the end of the day, the only things that we are like generating are output HTML files, pretty much. And these guys are like super easy. They're just things that we keep in the page. Oh, by the way, I just remembered that we need to complicate this a little bit more. Oof. But in any case, so we don't need like any memory file system. I mean, I guess you could say you could orchestrate something like this, but it's an unneeded abstraction. Like, we can write the code ourselves, and it works just as well. more efficiently by doing precisely what needs to be done without like relying on abstraction, doing sleight of hand tricks for us. Okay, so we're looking at the variants. By the way, I'm realizing that there's one thing that I didn't account for, so we'll have to get back to that in a moment. But okay, so server build variants. Hello, Bifredo. Good afternoon to you. So not found. For every build variant, we want to basically do the same. So const variant asset is v dot, and this needs to be, I'm gonna make this a pointer. So variant dot urls dot get we need a path name. And this is or else continue. So it's kind of like above, except that it's a continue in this case. It's or else continue instead of or else break not found. So if we don't find this, if we don't find the interned string, or we do find it, but we don't find the entry in here, then we continue. Okay, so if we found it, then by the way, this is such a cool pattern. There's other places where I'm making this in a way, I'm doing this in an obscenely more verbose way. God damn it, man. Anyway, variant asset. So what do we do once we have a variant asset? Well, no, it's not really a variant asset. This is I think we should call it a hint. So this is a location hint, and it tells us what it is that we found. So we switch on the hint, and depending on what it is, we need to do different things. So let's say that this is a page asset. I'm saying this because this is, I think, the easiest case. So if it's a page asset, yeah, what's in the fucking page asset? Page asset. Oh, it only contains the atomic value, right? Because if it's a page asset, then this path that we used. Oh, you know what? It's more complicated than this. Okay, this is not wrong. It's just that we need to do more stuff first. Fuck. Okay. Right. I'm gonna write down page asset and then fix the thing that I'm doing wrong above. So page asset. What do we say here? We say, well, if it's a page asset, then we want to do this. We want to do send file and return. I mean, to be honest, we don't need return on every branch. We can just do return at the end, I think, at the end of the for loop. So, send file, what we want to send is, what is the content, right? What is the data? So data is gonna be, we need to open the file system now. No, wait, it's send file. We have the path in here. So what's your problem, dude? What was side asset in this context? Wait, what was I smoking? Arena, request. Directory. Yeah, getting this thing doesn't mean anything to me. This is more like a contains. Because the site asset value, yeah, it's not important to us. Oh man. Oh no, 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 no. We need this. Oh shit. Okay, this is awesome. This is awesome. Is it a live update server? Yes, this is like the ultimate version of the live update server, where basically I've added two different output modes to Zine on disk in memory. The idea is when you're running the live server, you don't really want to output files. You don't need to output files. You can keep them in memory. So that's what I'm doing. Although to be fair, keeping in memory means the files that you generate, you keep in memory. Things like assets, they're already on disk. You obviously serve them from disk. But it's like I'm gonna say. But the fact that now we don't have like we skip the final install step. Basically, it means that these files are not in a one final location where there's like where you just take the path that the browser wants and you just open that as a subpath and then it works. Now you have to do some work to find this information. From our hash maps that track locations. Kalmared. Hello, do you recommend any projects? I'm still 14, so I have some time. Wait, you're 14, so you have some time. What do you mean? That is behind, it's behind the corner, dude. You don't have that much time. I'm joking. I'm guessing you mean you have free time to do things. Yes. So far for big projects, I've made a basic CRUD web application with about 50 users, and I'm making an interpreter along with a lot of smaller things I found interesting. Can you suggest any projects, or should I just keep working on whatever comes to my mind? One thing that I like are projects that are like well packaged. For example, you're making an interpreter. If you're making it on your own and you're like you're making progress and like figuring things out on your own, that's awesome. Keep doing that. It's cool. But if at some point like you lose steam or like you feel like you don't feel inspired when working on it, then take a look at these crafting interpreters, where basically you do the book and you follow the book, and the book guides you towards the steps for writing a reasonable interpreter. And so the upside is that the book is guaranteed to lead you in a promising direction. The downside is that it's not you anymore choosing that. So it's the book doing that for you. So I would say in general, put a little bit of effort into doing things on your own before, if you feel like you want to do it. But then if you don't feel like you're getting a ton of enjoyment from doing things completely on your own, or like, after a while it gets a little bit too complicated, a little bit too much into the weeds, chances are, for example, if you're writing an interpreter and you're young and you never did it before, is that you will mess up some abstraction. And so adding the next step of complexity, adding that one more operator feature, piece of logic that wasn't there before, now it turns out that a lot of things that you did before are just incompatible because you simplified things too much. And the book is guaranteed to the book guarantees that what I just described just does not happen, because the book always knows what the next step is going to be, and so it is guaranteed to set you up for success. So check out crafting interpreters. In a similar vein, there's also ray tracing in a weekend. It's not an interpreter, it's ray tracing, but it's the same principle. And I would argue chances are that figuring out ray tracing completely on your own is probably even more complicated than figuring out interpreters. So the book is probably a very welcome thing. I'm going to do these things. I haven't done them yet, but I'm going to do ray tracing in a weekend and crafting interpreters on stream at some point. I would expect that probably crafting interpreters is going to be less interesting for me, because I did the interpreter language completely on my own already a couple of times. So it's going to be, probably it's going to be less amazing, but yeah. CryptoPulse problems? What's that? CryptoPulse crypto challenges. Basics. Oh yeah, this one is also fun. Yeah. Nice. Cool. I would say these are already 3 great suggestions. Okay, so Ben, this is okay. There is some work that we need to do. There are things that I haven't done yet. So, if we found a site asset, but it turns out that the site asset has no references, it means that even though it exists, we never installed it. We would not install it in the output directory because it was not referenced. So if for some reason you're asking for it, then we need to return a 404. We need to return a not found. So we need to do if site asset dot load acquire release. Do I really need these things? This annoys me. I need to ask King about this. In any case, if the site asset is 0, then we send not found. And then we say, I think we should pass a boolean that says whether the file is not found because it just does not exist, or if it because it's not found but it exists but it's just not referenced, so we don't install it. Okay, so there's a function that should set not found for a force basically, which is this, which I'm gonna make into a reusable function. But so far we don't have anything not but we're not using it for now because we don't have a dedicated page for that. I guess we could have 2 404s, or this guy could be a format string. Yeah, 404 not found. And then we can say there's an H2 in here. And in here we have space for a string. This is terrible. Oh, also I never auto-formatted this file with Super HTML. Cool. So do we do that, or do we create 2 different ones? We can do formatting. We have an arena on hand. Well, we can ask for an arena, so. Okay, I'm starting to become radicalized on one thing. I'm starting to become radicalized on Boolean switches. So normally with a Boolean, you want to do an if, but when you're doing something like this, the switch just looks so much better than a crappy if without body. So I'm starting to become convinced that when you want to do this, you should switch on a Boolean value. And if that's wrong, then I'm a criminal. Like if that's illegal, then I'm a criminal. If that's wrong, then I'm happy to be wrong. So it was not installed. God damn it. At that point, it's war. Look, you can even put commas afterwards if you need extra space. How cool is that? Okay, so this is the message, and then we do std fmt unlock print arena not found html msg try. Okay, so with this we're even reporting something. Nice. Beautiful. So, okay, so now we actually did site asset correctly, I believe. Directory, meme type, path and pathway query. Oh, fuck. Right, about that. Path and pathway query, huh? Oh, god damn it, man. Let's not do that. We need to make this slightly more complex, I think. I think we need to make this slightly more complex. We'll see. In any case, so send file. Okay. So here's what we're missing. We're missing, I think, no, we're missing nothing. Never mind. This is correct. Okay. So variants. Okay, what am I doing wrong in variants? A bunch of stuff. So one thing that I'm doing wrong in variants is it's this. So all different variants are rooted in some form of like path prefix. So you have like slash it dash it slash your content, right? Then you have DE for Germany, that kind of stuff. You could also have like random ones. Even simple websites could specify output path prefixes. So because of that, we need to account for that. So when we're searching for variants, when we're searching for files in there, we need to check if our URL, our path, sorry, the one that we're searching for, has a matching prefix. And if it does, we need to remove that prefix from the path because that prefix is not going to be present in the hash map. So we need to first check and then we can do the rest. So and I think the variants are missing a property that would make this much easier, which I think I'm going to add to them because I've also needed it elsewhere. And like it's driving me insane that it's not in here. So I'm just putting it in here and like fuck everything. So output prefix path. No, output path prefix. Okay. I'm gonna have to write it in afterwards, but let's assume that now it's there. So so here's how it's gonna look like. If std starts with u8 path v dot output path prefix. Actually, let's do the inverse. If it doesn't, then we continue. Clean path, inner path, subpath, subpath. Okay. There we go. And so then finally we can use the subpath everywhere. So we look for a hint. And let's say if the hint is a page asset, and we do it like this. If the page asset, this guy has more data in it though, I think. We have build error, so yeah, we left behind us a bunch of build errors, so now ZLS is kind of confused about things. I think it's pa.rc. Actually, no, I think, no, never mind. Okay, yeah, page asset contains the reference counting immediately inside of it. Okay, so yeah, if it was never mentioned, then never referenced, then we say not found with true. Then what else? Then if that's not the case, we actually send the file. Arena, request, meme type, path. It's not path. It's subpath. Now let me think about it for a moment. It's subpath from the contender. Yes. No extra thing. This is this. This should probably be this at this point. There we go. Even here, we can do this better. Okay, so we have send file. I think this is the page asset use case fulfilled. Then what else can we have in there? We can have the page, like a page main or one of the aliases. So let's do page main. But maybe before we do this, let's actually wire in this output prefix path thing, because I'm convinced I want to have it now. So let's go deal with it. So variant. Okay, so what is the idea? What is the idea? If it's multilingual, we have the local code. Oh, this is so annoying. We don't pass this information in a decent way down here. That is kind of crazy. Hmm. It is kind of crazy. We're just not passing it all the right info here. Passing if it's a multilingual website, yeah. To be fair, this is canned content there, so it doesn't really need. We call scan. Hmm. We're gonna have the output prefix override. Freak. Yeah, we definitely have missing stuff. Let's do this well then. Let's do this well. So variant. Okay, where are we using this? Only in one place, because if it is multilingual, then we want to load the i18n, and that's it. We don't care about anything else. Okay, output path prefix. I would argue needs to be known no matter what it is. So I'm just gonna pass it in here, put it in here. Yeah, or else what actually? Or else local the code. There we go. Okay. So I expected this actually to be more painful. And interestingly, if I go now in render, worker. No, not only here. I bet you that there's a bunch of places where this information is now. Where this information is now actually golden to have. Yeah. Like we're rendering in disk mode and we're saying in simple mode, output their path is this. In multilingual is this. Well, that's not actually true. That is not actually true. This is more nuanced. Because we have URL path prefix, which I've been ignoring. Oh, wait, it's also optional? I think it shouldn't be optional anymore. I think it should be. Oh, there's URL path prefix and output path prefix. Freaky. Right, because in a normal site, you can, these two things are decoupled. We don't need these anymore, though. We don't need this. We do need that. Yeah. This made sense back when we were doing Zig. What was the name? Yeah, URL path prefix. But it's null. What if it wasn't nullable? What if it defaulted to an empty string? Well, I guess we're going to see what happens next. So um, so what else do we do here? Multilingual, let's see. fs path join m locales variant id output prefix override or else variant code. Yeah, this is now, this huge expression is now just this is just output prefix path. What's your editor theme? One dark. Output path prefix. Yeah, I don't need to capture ML at all. I don't even need to switch on build CFG, I think. Maybe. Here I can probably switch on the site. Oh, we don't have the site to have build. Okay, fine. Okay, let's see what happens next. Server expected FSDR from pointer. I think you're smoking some crack, dude. Or maybe not. Wait, did I not change this? Oh. Okay, what's the problem? Oh, I can't nest gets. Fuck. That's fine. Having an order problem. Oh, you can't acquirel a load. Yeah, of course. Tries and not found. Okay. Switch on tape. Yeah, hint dot kind. Yeah, switch on send all possibilities. Sure, dude. You're right. Okay, what else we have here? Page main, page alias, page alternative. Yeah. Okay. So we need to fill these guys up. I'll fill them out. Sorry, not up. Let's start with page main, maybe. It's going to be the most straightforward one. So the concept is page main means... Also, I think that whenever we find this stuff... Yeah, so page asset is fine. For these guys, we need to find the relative page. So in all three cases, we're going to need to find the page, which is hint.id. So that's easy. We do v like const page equals v.pages.items at hint.id. That's going to be the page. And we were going to do that in here, and in here as well. Okay, after we have the page, we need to check, is this page actually being rendered? Because we have in here also references to pages that end up not being rendered because of a variety of reasons. So you know what? For now, let's assume the happy case. Let's just assume that it's fine. So we just want to do send HTML, which I haven't implemented yet. So send HTML has an arena, the request, and then page dot render dot dot out. Probably should pass in all of render or something. In any case, so this is it. And then we return. And kind of here, kind of here. So here's the problematic part. The problematic part is I forgot that, yeah, we need to handle, we need more than one output buffer. If the page has aliases, we need an output buffer for each. If the page has alternatives, we need an output buffer for each as well. So we're not fully done yet. Let's go implement send HTML though. Okay, so inside HTML, we need to do the injection thing. Oh, here we're doing injection on anything. Jesus. Here we were doing injection of anything. Okay. So here we don't do it this way. This is the injection, yes. Source.len injected is printing arena. And that's what we send. Where is it? Okay, so well, that's pretty much it. That's send HTML. And in send file, what we can do is read the file and say if meme type, well, we have it here. If the meme type is HTML, we actually do send HTML. There we go. Neat. So with this, we inject pretty much everything else also. Okay. So the only thing that we're missing is sending a append/redirect at the appropriate moment. Well, and filling out a couple of things I still. Okay, let's see how that works. This part also. Okay, so for variants, we're looking at the prefix. We are dealing with these things all in the same way. So this is kind of wrong. I should say that in page alternative, note some alternatives might be XML. We're gonna have to worry about that later on. So okay, and if we had any success in here, then we're done. And this is like and this is like if the path does not end with query, no, with slash. Path end with slash ends. If not path ends with slash, try this. Else, we send a 404. We send not found. Also, this is a try. This is a try. And this is false. Okay. We're missing only one big thing, which is build assets. We don't have a map of build assets. So I guess what I would say is if all of these goes out of whack, then we try build assets. Do we have them in a map? We should. The problem is, I bet you they're in a map by name, not by what we need now. Yeah, we look at them through a ref, so through their name. So we don't have the assets indexed by their path. How do we deal with that? Linear search? For now, at least. Could be worse, I guess. So for build assets dot entries dot items value is the full path fine? Yes. Equal path and ba dot what? No, I think we're still oversimplifying, but at least we get the basics right. Path ba dot output. If the two match, or let's say if they do not match, we continue. Otherwise, if there was a match, then we send file. Request. Build baster. Meme type. Actually, this should be a return. Just oh, we're doing catch unable to send file. That works for me. Let's do it. And you know what? I take it back. I like this. To be honest, we can make this error out because we're catching this. This is also basically a fatal file, to be honest. You know what? Why am I not doing this as a fatal file? That's just what it is. It's just a fatal file. Yeah. It's actually pretty nice. Send not found fatal file, send file fatal file, send HTML fatal file. No, full path. Yeah, god damn it. Okay. Okay. We are in decent shape around here. What's the next problem? I have an aquarel somewhere in serve. Aqua. Build asset has no output path. What? Install path. God damn it. Optional. Let's do it like this, or else continue. Okay. I don't know. This is a little bit maybe overkill, but at least it is a more like precise error. Like these errors shouldn't happen, I would argue. Although maybe if this guy errors out, honestly, that's fine. Yeah, you know what? This erroring out is a problem. This erroring out, it's like it's whatever, I would argue most of the time. Like if the connection closes as we're writing that kind of stuff, we shouldn't die in that case. So Zine serve. Okay, we have something. We don't have a lot, but we have something. We're definitely failing to fetch our okay, let's stop printing in the head because it's a ton of spam. Where do we do that? Hmm. That's where it was. Playlist. The playlist is Rocking the Spirit, Japanese shamisen boost mix by a channel called Koyuchi. Um, there you go. Okay, so how are we doing here? There's something sus. Where's the CSS? Because here we have a double slash style CSS. Oh my god. Double slash style CSS, huh? That's what I get from making that thing from moving it from a nullable to something else. Um, Actually, this part is fine. Maybe not, but we don't know. This is where it's not fine. There we go. Oh, we got a crash. Error accessing file slash style CSS. Oh, right. These paths are absolute paths, and we need to skip one character. So in serve send file, what am I doing? I make this mistake every single time. Okay. We are serving the website from memory, no disk access, except for things that are already on disk. But we broke something else because this did not reload. We crashed. Why did we crash? Oh yeah, right. there's a there's a tiny little detail that we haven't solved yet. Oh man. Um there's a tiny detail. Or rather, I don't know, maybe there's something else that's going out of whack. But we definitely are messing up one tiny detail. That is for sure. That is for sure. So here's the problem. The problem is this. We build the website once, and then we start the server. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem. The problem is, basically, the problem basically is that, well, we build a website, then we rebuild it here. But in the meantime, there's another thread with the server running, multiple threads actually, who all want to access the data structure, but we are like changing it under their feet. So long story short, we need locks. We need to lock. We need to lock the build. How do we do this? So we could set up a complicated scheme with a couple of atomic variables and make it work. But I think for now, like just a simple mutex, I think it's enough. And the mutex, well, not a mutex, like a read write lock. Do we have a read write lock? SD thread rw lock. Yeah. Lock shared. Lock shared. Unlock shared. God damn it, man. Is the lowercase w? Yeah. This API requires being initialized at runtime and initialization can fail. Where do you see initialization, dude? Somehow the comment doesn't seem to be 100% correct, but fine. So here we have the build doc, and then we pass that down. Might as well define this right above. Then here we grab the build lock. So we do build lock dot lock. Oops. Lock the build, the init, make a new one, unlock. Then in handle stuff, in handle connection, no. In handle request, we're doing a bunch of stuff. Unlock shared. There we go. Okay, so we have this down, and next is gonna be to see if That was the error that we encountered, or if we encountered something else. Okay, so this part is fine. The problem was with the rebuild. I think we might be freeing something that we should not be freeing, or closing some there that we should not be closing. Yeah, we're definitely doing something else wrong. I think it's the init that is borked. We're calling load. We're trying to open dir, base dir. So let's look at build 106 because that's what's going out of whack. We're trying to open base dir path and we're getting garbage. Why are we getting garbage from base dir path? Base dir path is here. Oh, I know where we're getting garbage. Let me double check. Base, this guy wants an arena that we use for everything. But we call actually GPA, so we are leaking that memory. So there's no way the base dir path gets corrupted. What? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this is all stuff that should not be freed in any way. Let's take a look at what we do in build the init. Do we de-init bad stuff that we should be de-initting? Also build assets we shouldn't de-init. We call GPA free base dir path. God fucking damn it. Well, that was it. Not bad. Not bad. I would say not bad. And we have debouncing going on. This is not yet as low delay as it could. There's like even a couple of things that could be done to make it even more low delay, which are insane. But still, this experience, this is the real deal already. This is already the real deal. We have successfully implemented memory mode, disk mode. Well, we have implemented memory mode successfully. Honestly, what is... Let's see what happened to the Zig website. Did we borked the Zig website? Okay, we need to see what we regressed because we made a bunch of changes everywhere. So we might have we have regressed something. But this is awesome. This is awesome. This is pretty much as fast as it gets. And it's not like we don't have features. We have a ton of features. So Zine server like this gets Sigaboard right away, straight up. What the heck? Read memory from failed. Capacity index type, get adapted. We're failing with build assets. In analyze content. Okay. B.build assets. Get ba.ref. But it's ba.ref that's bad, right? No. It's something else that's bad. Also, this is the first build. This is not even... yeah, Zine release has the same problem, which makes sense. Okay, so yeah, something is borked. Okay, we need to fix that. Woof, okay. So here's what I'm gonna do, I think. I'm gonna make myself another cup of tea, and then we continue. This is happening. This is not bad. This is not bad. Okay, I'll be right back. Just tea break. Okay. So what did we bork? Okay, I'm guessing it's the same thing. I think we're like not assigning b.bit assets because ba.ref is good. We saw that. We can look at that again. Yeah, that's good. Huh. But somewhere we fail, right? Capacity index down type. Go down to frame 0. That read fails? I I don't understand what that exactly means. Like, what's in an index header? Array hash map index header. Uh, like, I understand it being garbage, but it's not a pointer. Unless it's secretly a pointer, but I hope it's not. God, I hope it's not. Man, you know what would be an interesting proposal for Zig? Making it forbidding people from creating type aliases of pointer types. Yeah, no, but you can't. It is kind of necessary to be able to do that. That's so annoying. But I bet you that this is something went wrong somewhere. Capacity, index type. Get adapted. Here's a self. Self could not evaluate DB, OP entry value. No call edge for blah, blah, blah. God damn it. How do we bork this? Let's take a look at build. Because I think the biggest difference here I think the biggest difference here but that is always a pointer to options.build assets. Do we not do that well in release? No, we do that. We pass them down. Also, in both cases, we pass them down. And especially in release, it's not like we're doing anything weird with this memory, like at all. Also, b.d init GPA. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can take these things out and then just do it in here. Oh, but wait. No, we can't. This needs to be able to do that. Yeah, we need to put it outside. Okay, fine. Outside is the right place. Because we need to call these things also from, well, this one maybe not as much, but this one we need to be able to call correctly also in server mode. So where we actually freeze things for real. Um, mm, 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 mm. Do we set build assets correctly? We make an empty one. We assign it. We append to it. We do that given a GPA. We pass in a GPA. Here, we pass in a GPA here. We do also this so that that is also fine. Here we're calling build.load. It's annoying that the only website that fails is one that has such an annoying invocation system. We fail in analyze content, build asset. Let's print this pointer. Let's see what's in it. So in here, we do std debug.print. Maybe it's because we copy it. Maybe copying seems weird though. Oh shit. Pointer has changed. How? How has it changed? Okay, we need a new song, I would argue. Okay, so this is worker. That's cool. How the heck did that go out of whack? And then, so what's the other place? Build.load. Oh, fuck. Here's the problem. We accept options. We accept options by value, which contains this thing by value. So this needs to contain it by pointer. No, because we parse them in here. So no, we parse them in here. So They have to be in here by value. But run can do a copy. Technically, run can do a copy. It's not a big deal. Yeah. No. Wait, this is not parsing here. And let's not give it a default value. Yeah. And so from release, there's another one. Build 156. Yeah, and now you don't take a pointer anymore. Yeah, the problem is not that the other guy was making a copy. The problem is that this guy was making a copy. Holy shit, we figured it out. Yeah, we succeeded now. Okay, no more need for LDB. And now we can also do Zine serve. There's a bunch of spam. Let's get rid of the spam. Let's go. Shit. Languages are not doing well. Request ITIT, answer not found. Let's go fix this. Okay. um. So what do we want to do here? We want to say we're looking at build variants. We're looking at the main page. We're fitting the subpath stuff. So let's see. Actually, you already know the path. Oh, I know what the problem is. The problem is that the path prefix is relative. It's not going to be absolute. That's why it won't match. We have to do this. we have to do this. And now it works. Espanol, English original. Yeah, it works. Okay, so we have memory mode. We have fixed the close headers and it still works, which is delightful. This is all great. Let's introduce an error and see how it behaves. So we have an error. Yeah. Script type mismatch. Script result type mismatch. Content section slogan doesn't exist. Okay, so we are one step closer to having things working correctly. This is beautiful, actually. This is really beautiful. What do we want to work on next? So we have memory mode. We have successfully implemented memory mode. You know what? Let's push this set of changes at this point. We have local files. Of course we do, right? Yeah, there's no way we didn't. God, so many changes. But fine. Let's do it like this. Nice. Very happy with this. Okay. Cool. So what do we want to do next? We need to do the Linux file watcher, otherwise people are not going to be able to try this stuff. Forgot about this tiny detail. Okay, so this is going to be the next one. Okay. The macOS Watcher has a new interface. There are file paths, which we don't, you know what, let's not have file paths for now, since we don't do anything with them. Okay, so this is the interface. Linux Watcher needs to be the same. Oh god, this is gonna be pain. Debouncer, their path. Maybe we can change this to be watch of the. Oh my god, this thing is a mess. This thing is a complete mess. I hate iNotify. God damn it. Okay. Wait, do we actually need server event? We don't even need it in here. God damn it. Also, where's the reloader? This guy is going away. Where's reloader? Come on, dude. I know you're here somewhere. NC renderer. I don't know about that one, but the other guys can go. Okay, Linux Watcher. We have Debouncer. We accept it. Direct descendant tracker. I notify cookie tracker for move events. Jesus. Oop. Tree kind. We actually don't care. We don't have that distinction anymore. Then we need the debouncer. Third pass, create a notify FD. self is a Linux watcher. Why are we doing this? Because we need to call add 3 on it. I see. Okay. Add 3, we don't care about this anymore. We don't care about this at all. For their paths, I'm gonna do this. Add 3. We need to keep the GPA around. Let's turn these. Oh, these already are unmanaged. Wait a second. Are we? Oh, it's because we're not modifying this thing at all. What? Okay, let's rewatch. Let's read more about this. I'm surprised. Like, how does this guy not keep around an allocator? What? I'm confused. So we call add 3. Okay, let's go directly to add 3. Also, what does it return? A file descriptor that an FDT? Which we throw away in this case. I guess because this is the root. Hey, Matt. Hey, embedded boy. Yo. Okay, let's go to add 3. Start tracking a directory 3 and returns the watch script for their path. Register children within the 3. Okay. Note, caller is expected to register the return watch FD as a child. Hey, Blurry Cat. Hello. Okay, so we get the Linux watcher. God damn it, self stuff. I hate self. Okay, root dir opens the root dir path from CWD. That is a interesting choice. That's for sure. That is a truly interesting choice. God damn it. That's not how I should be. Yo. Okay. Wait. What? You guys call this stuff. How do you even pronounce this? In Italian, it would be bocce. How do you guys pronounce this thing? Also, cornhole. Bucci. Of course, you pronounce it Bucci. God damn it. In space, view all event. Oh, that's it. No more photos. Okay, I was hoping for more photos, to be honest. Is there a trailer? Wait a second. Uh, okay. Well, but do they have a place where you can give talks? Because that's one thing that I haven't seen. Co-working space has booths. Okay. Oh, the upper part is booths. They do have a screen up front. Okay. You give talks in the trailer, right? As one does. Okay, so we do try, base their, open their, route their path, iterate through. By the way, we're like, there's a bunch of tries everywhere. There's no error reporting. Oof, this is rough. Parent ID. Add 3. Open their, route their path. Oh no, this is the fuck is going on? Because it's multiple trees, right? Yeah, so we add multiple trees. Right, we add multiple trees for one each of these guys. We are gonna need a base path. Base there, sorry. Wait a second though. Why did we not did that in the macOS one? Are we doing the same dump shit in here? I think we're doing the same dump shit. Where do you register stuff, man? Thread spawn, listen, okay. Wait, where's... Oh, we just make them paths. Paths to watch. We are basically doing the same thing. It's just done implicitly and it's just as wrong. Oh god. Okay, so we need to at least do this. Then I don't know how we're gonna do this in macOS. So much depth. So we open these directories from a base there. Yes. Parent FD. Tracker for file descriptors associated with their paths helps to track children within a recursive walk. It's a string hash map, which gets the initted at the end. Okay. SCDFS path join. There's a random join. Man, this thing is dying for an arena. Okay, so we walk. If as we walk and we find directories, we keep adding directories to the mix. We do their name and we say lookup.get pder.question mark. This is always going to be present. That's the assumption, which is true. Yeah, P stands for parent. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we do add child, parent file descriptor, this guy, and then we put this stuff into the lookup thing. Okay. Then other defines the things they want to watch for. Yeah, we dupe this thing. Stop watching a file descriptor. If it has children, we recurse. After we are done removing all the children's, we remove by pointer, and we do identify remove watch. Okay. Directory movement stuff. This part was working before, so I don't think I need to touch it. This part I need to change. Listen. So we don't have a reloader anymore. We just have self. Buffer, event data. Drop watch. Moving stuff. There we go. Data.kind. So in this case, we don't want to do this anymore. We don't even have a kind, but we want to say what's in a watch entry? Their path and name. Right. All we want to do now is just do watcher dot debouncer new event. Please tell me that this is not. Oh shit! This thing is called self. Okay. We don't even care about this stuff anymore. We used to, but now we don't. But I don't want to delete it yet. So these are directory changes. And these are close right and move to. Okay. And use function parameter. Yeah. It's fine like this. Okay. Maybe even at least a base dir path. Maybe if it's not a base dir, it's a base dir path. Yeah, let's do it like this, like base dir path, which gives us an absolute path. Yeah. Okay, this is better. Yeah, that's how we solve it. Okay, so this part seems fine. So I would say that the Linux Watcher is in good shape now. Let's go circle back into the macOS one, and let's add this base dir path. Oh no, wait. I think I understand why I don't do this. It's because I was already doing it on the outside. Which is actually the correct approach. What am I doing? Why am I so dumb? I was doing it on the outside already. And if I wasn't, I will do it on the outside, and that's the end of it. God damn it. Serve, let's see if we are doing it correctly in serve. If we're not, we fix it here. Let's see, there's to watch a pen slice. Yeah, I'm not doing it here. Okay, but that's where I should do it. This is where I should do it. Okay, so we don't need to GPA dupe shit. Also, we had to before, now we don't even need to dupe. Oh man. We do need to dupe these though. Do we? No, because they belong to the config. We don't need to dupe anything anymore. God damn it. Okay, so but I guess the good news is that we can change this into okay. I fucked some of them up. No, I forgot this one. Oh, the curly goes before. Fuck. There we go. So let's double check again. Actually, do we want this? So we want to path to join with base dir path this thing. Yes. Okay, so I got it right. Okay, this is now correct. Without needing to change any of the interfaces. Do we build? No dependency named. Oh my god. What did I fuck up? Did I not do this? I'll need to force push a change. God damn it. Okay. Let's see if we can cross compile. Expected two arguments found 3. Right. Does it go second? Windows Watcher. Watch entry has no member kind. 100. Right. More. Give me more. Oh, this guy fails. What does he try? A dupsy. This guy fails. What about the other one? This guy does not fail. Okay, let's make them all fallible, which is actually not a bad idea. Oh yeah, this guy also fails. Okay, so there's some other errors that might happen. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a short break, and then I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. Okay, so we left that we had a bunch of errors that were not handled. So the way we do this is, as usual, we expect these things to only return error, a very restricted error set, which is Although, to be honest, at this point, we could, you know what? We don't make them failable, and then each one of them handles their errors internally. I'll take that approach. So, so Linux Watcher has these, doesn't have these. There we go. We just fatal that thing. We don't have fatal in there. Okay. macOS Watcher. This is fatal, my dude. And with this, we don't error out anymore. Do the same for the Windows Watcher. Boom, boom. There we go. macOS Watcher, not failable anymore. Perfect. Okay, what's the next problem? Expected type Watcher found error. I didn't fix some of the other ones, did I? Linux is fixed. Is it the Windows one? Oh, this one is still pesky. Okay. What? Windows Watcher doesn't have start. Because it has listen, but listen is yeah. Okay. It wants a GPA. God damn it, dude. Then just save it inside of you, the freaking GPA. Oh, it turns out it doesn't even need it. God damn it. Okay. Then don't save it. If you don't need it, don't even save it. There we go. Okay, start. And I bet you that Linux also doesn't have start. Oh, Linux needs the allocator. There you go. Save the GPA since we need it. We do. Yep. Okay. So this is all well and good. Ugh, more errors in Windows. God damn it. But there's another kind somewhere. 182. Unreachable else prong. Windows Watcher 48. I can only Neat. Well, no, that's not neat. That's like other errors that we're not handling, I think. Found error out of memory. Windows Watcher 47. Wait, what's your question? Not a member destination error set. Wait, it doesn't error out at all? Init GPA. What are you smoking? There's a try here. What? What? So I'm curious to see what it says. There's no way. Out of memory is in this error set. Yeah, no shit, dude. No shit. Did I just somehow typo this? I suspect we're having like a big Zig bug Linux, Windows moment or something. I don't know how, but this is a Windows moment to me. Are deferring a function that can return an error seems wrong? No, it's genius, actually. That's exactly why the function can't return an error. Refactor, if you haven't used this pattern, let me enlighten you because it's amazing. So let me show you to you in serve. Okay, that function has a build error that I don't understand. I think it's buggy in Zig. I might be wrong, but I use it everywhere else and it's amazing. The idea is this function needs to handle its own errors. Whenever there's like a weird error, it needs to do the reporting and then crash. It's like unrecoverable errors. Like I can't start the debouncer. I can't start this thread. I'm having these weird problems. But it gets super tedious when you just want to because you try to allocate. It's not necessarily like connected to I do it for out of memory in this case, but you can do it for whatever you want. So basically, every time something can I'm basically saying that errors are free to travel around. Other errors need to be handled earlier. So the idea is that yes, you map it to no return. Exactly, you map it to no return, and that means that it's not part of the error set anymore, which is delightful. No, this is superior to comp time unreachable. I mean, comp time unreachable is pretty cool. Well, defer comp time unreachable, that's pretty cool. But this is next level. So let's go back to Windows. So how's the Windows one fucked up? Yeah, I think that Windows is misbehaving. Not a member of the destination error set. Okay, what if I do else? Or you know what? Let's comment this out. Now it's going to complain. Error out of memory. What if I put it in an else? Oh, there we go. Here's the fucking curve bit. Invalid handle, queue failed, wait failed. Where do they come from though? Oh, well, here's one. We had it in here, right? That is a problem. Zig-san, we have a problem. Zig-san, we have a problem. That's a bug in this thing. Ah, that's annoying. Well, here's how we salvage this. What's your problem with this? Oh, no else branch. Okay. So that's how we salvage some of it. I don't think this will solve it completely. Oh, you know what? I think the problem is that we are referencing some kind of error set. And honestly, who even cares about this error set? Oh, this is in listen. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's what was making things go out of whack. The fact that we were like kind of doing weird stuff with the error set. Okay, so wait, let's put it back, but then let's not make it part of that. Just a normal error queue fail. Okay, what happens now? Except that I found out of memory. Out of memory, not a member of the destination error set. Oh, there we go. Wait, so now I guess we can undo a bunch. Unreachable, else prong, all cases already handled. God damn it, dude. But it's not true because we know there's the other ones. Okay, no, it's just completely busted. completely busted. Yes. It's like, man, nothing that I do makes it happy, huh? Let's comment out the error set. Maybe one day it will be able to come back, but for now it can't. And this should now be better. Oh, you know, also what else it might be? Maybe some kind of recursion even. All cases already handled. But that's not true, dude. That is so not true. We're trying this, fine. We're trying this. Is add path recursive? Are we like somehow facing some kind of recursive problem thing? No. There's also Windows create IO completion error. There's like unexpected in there. Was unexpected up here even? Unexpected wasn't even mentioned here. Okay, so this error set is worthless. So we try that path. We try this. Yeah, I can use if statements, but I kind of want to try and make this work a little bit. This could have happened at any point in my code base, in every file, anywhere. Of all the places where it ends up happening is the fucking Windows Watcher. I don't know, probably has nothing to do with what's causing the error, but just saying, could have happened anywhere. Has to be the Windows Watcher. Oh shit. Here's the problem, maybe. The fact that we have another Erdifer? Could it be that the fact that we have two Erdifers? No, we have, I think, Erdifer with a bunch of other Erdifers chained to it, and this one is not doing anything weird on top of anything. God damn it. Yeah, I don't think it's Windows' fault. Like, Windows has nothing to do, right, with it. Or rather, it's the Windows file, which is funny, but this seems a compiler-specific bug. I can't get out of it. I don't know how to get out of it. So removing the error set thing doesn't do anything. I guess I don't switch. You know what? I guess I do this also on an so we don't switch at all. This is so funny though. We just fatal error and that's it. Okay. Now, how is it? Huh? What are you gonna do now? Okay, now it builds. Let's try Linux. Hey Matt. You Linux confirmed broken as well. Or something. What makes you say that this thing doesn't contain out of memory? Oh wait, actually it does not. It might not contain out of memory. No, but we call watcher.add3, which and we give it a GPA, which we also store internally. Okay, so let's go change this. Okay, we're having the same problem on Linux, aren't we? Solved. Missing start field base their path. Yeah, we don't do that anymore. We decided that it was a bad idea. Hammer is better one argument found 2. Yes. Oh, we also don't care about the kind anymore. What's WD? Okay, another thing. Cool. Okay, we're finally done. Commit and test if this works, I guess. let's try this stuff out. So we're going Zine. We git pull. We Zig build. Hopefully it works. We enter source/CLI/init. Here we have the test website and we do Zine serve. No instant crash. That's good. How can I control shift? God damn it, kitty. Okay, I need to update. I need to upgrade it to Ghosty. The fuck is this shit? Open Firefox. Localhost 1990, and there we go. The website. About blog. So far so good. Next thing we want to do is change something. So index.smd. God, we don't even have super markdown syntax and lighting in here. What is going on? What is this? The Middle Ages? Save, shows up right away. Take it out, goes away right away. It works. So far, so good. Somebody's going live. Notice this thing on D-Lang and around me. I wrote basically an entire. Wait, why is Marla posting this here? I think Johnny thinks that this is general. Okay. Maybe wine. Well, I have a Windows machine. I just need to do that. Not on stream though. Okay, so what's the next feature that we want to do? So this one is done. Let's do macOS cross-compilation because we're fucking that one up a lot right now. So if we do Zig build the target native macOS, will it build? Mm-hmm. I'm saying probably compile errors, but yeah, it's not a compile error. It's a linker error. Yep. Okay, so here's what's going on. When you're compiling for your native machine, then all your system stuff that's available to you, it's fair game. But when you're cross-compiling, then all this stuff gets turned off because you obviously don't want to randomly pull in system dependencies that will not apply to your target, to your let's call it remote target machine. So that means that we need to do something about it. And I think the answer is this. The answer is really? I don't have it here. It's this one. Xcode frameworks. Please nobody tell Apple that that's what I'm doing. And it should have core services, I'm assuming. Core services. Let's go. Yeah, that's a different project. That's a Discord alternative. Where I thought I was depending on Xcode frameworks from Hexops, from Amy. It's a Discord alternative that I was working on. I will get back to it once I am done with this push in Zine. How about mini audio? I think I don't like. I think I don't like any of these things. I think that even our dependency on port audio was temporary, and we're planning to throw that away. And I think we probably want to do libsound.io. What? That website? That website. Libsound.io. Spoilers, it's from Andrew. I'm not sure. Is this a handmade project? I think there was some handmade project in this space, but I don't remember if it's this one or not. Cool. In any case. So I don't have any opinion on mini audio because I don't know anything about it. I would have to try it out. Unable to determine name. Okay, so we have frameworks. Next in our Zig build, we want to reference that stuff. So if the target is macOS, we don't link core services. Instead, we do maybe we should make it a lazy dependency. Okay, so we have frameworks. What do we do with it? We do um, actually, I don't remember how you use this stuff. Add include path. Include. And that adds the include path. Then how do we oh no, I think it's like this. We still do this, but then we do like add framework path or something. Yeah, let's fucking go. I think that's how we do it. Only one way to know. Not Linux, not Windows, macOS. Also not x86 64, that's obsolete. Okay, let's see what the problem is. Unable to resolve dependency. While resolving lib object in the lib. Unable to resolve dependency while resolving this, a dependency of this guy, blah, 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 blah. So those things are not inside framework, I'm guessing. Framework contains just a bunch of headers. Wait, then what does include do then? It's just another include thing, it's just different. Okay. Then we have lib. What do you know? Look at these bad boys. Let's go. That's what we're missing. So we need add library path. See how it goes? Lib, right? Yeah. Success. macOS cross compiles now. Awesome. Okay, macOS cross compilation. Then main exit code. I think that's a thing that we haven't done. We haven't fixed it. Okay, what do we want to do? Let's do the main exit code stuff, which I regressed. So here's the problem. Here main has like an exit code variable that we set to something in root. Oh, come on. Somebody sets that variable. Do they not? How do people know that it's him? Like what is the thing that makes people know that that's oh discussion with Mitchell? Oh shit. Okay, give me a second because I think I need to go to the bathroom and then we can look at this. Oh, there we go. Nobody touches the thing anymore. God damn it! I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. All comments are about Kid. He talks like Hobbit and says he's the maintainer in some comments. Okay. Deja vu. Ghost CVs in terminal title. Your proposal does not address this issue since shells will still need full privileges. The entire class of exploits, query responses. I remember this general thing. Would be all these shells will be removed. These shells move to using the kitty keyboard protocol with all key events represented as escape codes and implemented as full escape parser, blah, blah, blah. You cannot embed an escape code inside another, or while technically you can, it's trivial to implement security policy of disallowing these in both terminals and shell, then barring implementation bugs. Okay. Strangely, have a lot of time to pause here. I mean, so far this conversation is fine, no? Okay, so far this discussion is fine. Next. I'm not gonna watch all of them. Flagged dead. Jesus. Wait, how do you expand this one? You can't, right? Wait, I should have the ability to see. Oh, that's it. If that impresses you, you will have your socks blown off by what? The list of changes. Okay. Not particularly interesting. New stuff, GNU stuff. Kitty stuff. I don't know. Oh no. The modern CLI Renaissance. Table of contents. Thread with SegV. Which thread? The dead one? Huh. So I don't necessarily expect that this to mean that I'm a user. Like the author of this thing could be saying this. Like, well, I agree that it's like not clarifying, and that it's how can I say? It can be it like it could be reasonably interpreted as this person is a user. It's like it's not the same as saying, yeah, no, I'm not the author. I'm just a fan. That's what I'm saying. It's not the same as, right? That said, holy cow. So let me get this straight. You think you have the privilege to post your opinion about ghosting and present it as an honest one, and I do not. Let me remind you, you responded with a comment to which it's a silly cheap shot. It's the giant blinking neon sign in the room that points to the insincerity of your comment. Yup. You don't comment about Firefox at all. At all? What the fuck? What's at all? What are the at-alls or Firefox? Well, but neither do you comment on stories about, say, Edge or Safari shilling them. So what is your relevance on commenting about Firefox? What? What is going on? It's funny how every single comment here is flagged and dead. Jesus Christ. I know you once again failed to address the actual point in favor. So, okay, to be fair, man, it is certainly true that Ghosty got a ton of attention and hype. And if you're an author of another terminal editor, you're definitely are affected by that. Then, if you also are somebody who is like let's say somewhat unbalanced in this sense, like already prone to this kind of stuff, then this thread is like it's the perfect honeypot for your bad behavior, because you're basically watching somebody else retrace your steps in a slightly different way, but at the same time get probably an order of magnitude more attention, if not more than that. And that's definitely testing your resolve. and then if you're like this, holy shit. Holy shit, man. They're not done yapping though. They're not done yapping at all. Sorry, at this point, I'm not reading. we're at the we got to the winky emojis. Holy shit! For anyone else following this double winking emoji, man. When the winking emojis go out, you know it's like it's getting serious. For anyone else following this disaster of a subthread, I've now realized Omer is actually Covid Goyal, the undisclaimed author of Kitty. If I had to speculate, he's just on edge, and there's a new kid on the block. That there's a new kid on the block gaining popularity. A story as old as time. Uh oh. More personal attacks. Roll eyes. One winks. The other one rolls eyes. By the same token, someone refuting your so-called positive comment politely and with a reference is not a reason to attack them. Positive comment indeed, what a joke. Still waiting for you to admit you were wrong in the first place. I have provided evidence for my claim in the form of 2 change logs from 2 different projects. You have provided increasingly desperate personal attacks, says it all. See if you can manage some actual reason argument this time. They're not done yet. Man, it's going deeper. It's going deeper. Your desperation, by the way, comes from being called out on your bullshit. Let me put it in simple terms. Do you actually believe Ghosty has a development velocity faster than its peers? Specifically, Kitty and Westterm? Yes or no? Don't need paragraphs and paragraphs of verbiage. Just a simple answer to a simple question. Okay, we're getting to the end. 3 more. This is the last exchange. So lots more verbiage and still no answer. This is not even that long ago. Holy shit. Again, do you actually think the development velocity of Ghost is faster than that of his peers? To be honest, of all the points to contend, like to have discussions about, is this like one worth this much nesting? Like, I would argue it's not even worth having to nest all that much to the side. God damn it. And since you try to wiggle out of this by claiming it's irrelevant, the relevance, quite obviously, is that you cannot be impressed by something that is not true. So either you weren't actually impressed and hence were shilling, or you think it's true and were actually impressed. So which is it? I see you can't answer Voxtex question because your entire position would crumble to dust. Wink emoji. Not even emoji, just wink. Holy cow. What the heck? What the heck did I just go through? I'm woo. What an adventure. Were you guys linking something different, or was it just the same thread that I read? Oh, this is like, I am the author of Kitty. Okay. Holy cow. What an exchange. So I had one interaction with COVID when it came to a bug in Kitty when run inside of a VM, and the whole exchange was reasonable. So I don't know. There's that. These exchanges are, I don't know, weird. There's another lying thing. Wait, is that another discussion with Saurik? Oh no, that's somebody else. You shouldn't believe things you read on Hacker News comments. Saurik is lying. Probably because he once requested some feature that the Kitty maintainer didn't like and refused for good. Wait a second. Okay, so saying the Kitty changed your terminal experience and not explicitly saying that you're the author, you know, that's gray area in my book. It's like, it's a bit confusing, but fine. Talking about yourself in third person, what the fuck is going on, man? Probably because he once requested some feature that the Kitty maintainer didn't like and refused with good reasons. Which made Zorik want to curl up into a ball and cry. To say Kitty has no configuration options is it's the exact opposite of the truth. Proof. What is going on? I mean, I might be lying, or I might be confusing him with the GNOME, GNOME, sorry, GNOME terminal developers with respect to that one specific code about not liking settings. What is worth the second question with respect to blah, blah, blah. Either way, I've never claimed to have talked to the Kitty developer. Blah, blah, blah. Are saying we have read how he handles arguing about terminals and we don't like it. Regardless, I do happen to be currently into a ball and I do happen to look like I am crying, but it's merely because I'm sick. Okay, so you are not lying. You're just wrong. Now that you have reduced the scope of your personal attack from he doesn't like settings to he doesn't agree with me about one thing, perhaps you should exercise your newfound honesty a bit more and link to the issue where he refused to implement bold as bright and gave his reasons, which are perfectly sensible, namely that having that option means that developers of the terminal programs cannot rely on having a bold font face. Terminals are already limited in using only a single font size. You want to take away the ability to use bold faces as well, and you are trying to sell this to the Kitty developer being unreasonable. Shame on you. I wonder how COVID is in real life. Huh. To be honest, I have very limited, but a bit of experience with. I believe he's from India, right? And I've met a handful of rich people from India. It's kind of like that. Like okay, this is like obviously this is not enough information to actually know, but if that's all the information that I had and I was forced to make like a bet some money, my bet would be that he's rich. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just frustrated. I don't know. Holy shit. You know what? Watch me pretend to be somebody else in static site generator threads. Accusing people of lying about Zine. But before we get there, we need to make more progress. We're not quite there yet, so let's go make this happen. How many Indian people could sustain themselves doing open source? That's a fair point. Like you can even take Indian out. Like how many people can sustain themselves doing open source? The answer is, well, not that easy. And yeah, can't get Ghosty to run on which OS? I'm guessing it's Linux. On which distro? Yeah. If that impresses you, you would have your socks blown off by zinessg.io. I guess in my case it would be /log maybe, like the devlog, and it's like to be honest, these change logs are not as impressive, not even remotely as impressive as the one that Ghosty or Kitty have. So Debian seed. Yeah. Is the community repo? You know that I think that they are packaging Ghosty also for Debian. I don't know if they did already. Well, there you go, Debian Ghosty. Well, probably want to check this out. Oh, and this blows up? Okay, then I don't know. I can't help you. I'm sorry. Is there an easy way to mmap a file in Zig? You know what? I have close to no experience with mmap. I am evaluating using it for one feature of Zine. Be careful though that mmap apparently is not really a thing on Windows, so you're gonna have to fake it on Windows basically. And I think yes, it's the normal C dance. I think you have mmap wrappers in the standard library, so they might make it slightly more ergonomic, but that's kind of it. Yeah, just build from source. So, this is interesting. So, who does the final exit? Are those supposed to be no return then? Basically, do we make them no return? Maybe we should make them no return. And then we move this inside release, which is probably a good idea. My backend is emitting a compiler with one incorrect bit. That's well, listen, could be worse, I guess. But that's that's impressive. Look, you know what? Run it in RR and trace back that bit, that one bit. No, I'm joking. I don't think that would even work. But okay, so these fatals. Actually, I'm not sure if this should fatal. It's fine. So here we have a bunch of other errors. And here we have, where's the big thing here? There we go. Oh, I think we can do this. Well, we could do render in memory in that case. That's cool. And then we have pages to render, install assets. Okay, so from this point onward, we don't have any more error reporting, although technically rendering could cause errors, but we just don't track that right now. We just output those errors, so that's something that we're gonna have to change in the future, but this is already good. So what we can do now in release is expected void. Oh, I think we call system exit. I think this is no return. Oh, so the package doesn't work, but building it yourself works. That is so funny. That is so freaking funny. I mean, obviously somebody just needs to fix whatever's happening with the packaging. But this is so funny that the Zig build system is like more reliable. You know what? It actually shows the point. It really stresses the point of why you want to have a build system that is completely hermetic when it can. Okay, so now we have the proper exit. So there we go. Have a good dinner. Okay. Show errors on the page. Man, that one is the one is intense. Maybe we should make a comment in the meantime. Or we could complete Zine init. Like we set out to do this stuff because we wanted to complete Zine init. We wanted to complete Zine init. Maybe that's what we should do. Let's do some Zine init work. It's going to allow us to stress test the server a little bit. Oh, so there was something like this. Oh, shit. That's what it was. That's how we were reporting build errors in... that's how we were reporting build errors in there. I see. Hmm. We can make it an atomic value. Maybe this can be any rendering error. Like we make a separate one. Because the other ones don't need any concurrency. This one, only this one does. And oh, the build is const for us. Well, let's have the build be non-const. But if we call process exit here, then we are not gonna run the first, so we're not gonna free shit when we want to free shit. So you know what? No, this is void. Well, this is like U8 maybe. U8 bool. This is bool. We basically make these things return failure. Well, there we go. Fatal end is also fatal. That's fine for me. Panic to do. This guy needs to return a bool. Um, I mean, honestly, I don't know. Because we kind of loop forever for now. This is more like no return. We're gonna need to fix this, but this technically can be another no return, to be honest. But whatever. Okay, are we making main happy now? Now main should be happy. Yeah, we don't want to make it no return really because we want to run the first also here. Man, actually, yeah, we don't even know exactly how. Well, we'll figure it out at some point, I guess. Well, not this one. Serve. Okay, fine. We should be good. Are we good? Oh, init. It's no return. Wait, no, this is not no return. This is bool, so we should be fine. So we're good. Okay, perfect. Showing error on the page. Should we do that? What are we doing here? This is kind of like restoring error reporting. Well, okay. Shall we tackle this? This is going to be intense. Okay, so here's the plan. Right now, whenever there's an error, the only thing that we do is we print these errors to standard out. Well, to standard error, and we just call it a day. Which is not totally wrong, but it's not totally right either. Because the actual totally right thing to do is not that, and it's instead to also persist these errors in the build so that they can be inspected, so that we know that they exist after the fact. Yeah. So how do we do this? How do we do this? So the way we do this is we add a property into the build where you can store errors inside. And then the idea is that these errors, like every time we do some error rendering, we take these errors and we render them also for that. You found the bit? What was it? How do you... How do you find it? Well, or actually, what did you do wrong? What did you do that caused one wrong bit? Okay, so here's how it has to work. Actually, it can even be part of options. It doesn't even have to be part of build. I changed the function return from U4 to U5. I see. Mm-hmm. So I guess the question is, do we put this stuff in the build or do we put it outside? Because it could be an external parameter. Maybe it should be an external parameter. But if we put it as an external parameter, then we need to pass it around explicitly. While if we put it inside the build, we're Gucci. And you know what? Build Sun here has already this bad boy. So we might as well do this. We give a pointer to an array. So what can we do? What can we say? It's an array list unmanaged of what? So it needs to be an array list of unmanaged of basically like live errors in a sense, of structured errors, like some kind of data, because we can't just, well, we could just render them, to be honest. That would work. But we need more than this. Let's see. So the tilde made the bit 1, but its U side is supposed to truncate back to U4. I see. Semantic error, I guess. And we do it like this. Ref is a path. A path pertaining the error. Yeah. Well, no. This is like the file this error relates to. And then the message, which is the rendered error. So this makes us do pre-rendering, which we are not sure we want to do. But that's easier, maybe. I think this is easier than doing serialization, deserialization of all this stuff. Yeah, because if there's data dependencies, then how the fuck do we even render this stuff in the client? Like, we would definitely need to do some. Yeah, we definitely need to do something. Okay. So I'm sold. Just call it error at this point. Okay. So this can store maybe all generic errors, but what about rendering errors that happen in parallel? Where do we put those? And actually, technically, these errors are all still around. Most of them, at least. Because each page is going to have its own, which are at different levels. Yeah, you know what? This is more like common errors. Yeah. That works for me. Hey, TYMKL, thank you. Timco, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. You return to hand graphs. Oh man. Okay. So we have the data setup. Oh, you can't give default values to unions. Whoops. Can you do this? I guess we can do this. Okay, so now it's a matter of saying, no, look, we keep these errors around. So let's start with something simple. I think the simplest thing is let's have in worker, in render page, we have these errors. We have this error buffer, which we free at the end. Which, let's do it this way. If what? Mode. Are we giving mode directly? Build mode. If it's disco mode, we don't care, so we free this stuff. Okay, so we have out, we have errors. So now we save this information. It's not lost per page. And that means that we can print it. So now with this, we have the beginning of like a form of persistent state about the build, which we can use in serve. And the way we can do this is basically, let's see. Every time a WebSocket connects, this is a thread that writes the WebSocket. So every time the WebSocket connects, here's what we do. I'll say this thread is. So here's what we do. We say if build dot any let's say any rendering error. If there's any rendering error, then let's communicate this. I guess we scan all pages. So, I think this should work this way. When we have a WebSocket connection open, we know which page the WebSocket is on. And if we know which WebSocket if we know which page the WebSocket is on, we could technically use that knowledge to only inform the WebSocket about errors pertaining to the currently open page. That is so fucking cool. And then we can say we only show the errors that belong to the current page in there. But then if there's any other error, then we show that as a tiny banner, like we say plus other errors somewhere else. Look at the terminal if you want to see them. That kind of stuff. But for now, let's do this. And now we need to know which pages could contain these errors, which requires us to do some filtering. How do we do this? I think that's not enough. That is actually not enough because status needs to be parsed. But also, if there are analysis errors, yeah. Man, delightful. I would say delightful. Or well, not really delightful. The opposite of delightful. This is dumb as fuck. But I'm not fixing this now. This is like polishing that we can do later, at another moment. Okay, we look at all pages. We look at the pages that have been rendered, and then we say, what do we say? Okay, this is the simplified version when we just pump out all errors that we see. So we say for if render. Okay, if we found an error, then we want to send this stuff to the connection. And we need some JSON serialization. So I guess we want to send this also to every WebSocket. Wait. No, we don't want to send this to every WebSocket in here. Here we want to inform only the new WebSocket about what's going on. Never mind. We have our target WebSocket now. And to stringify, um, stringify max depth, arbitrary depth, stringify unlock. That's what we want. Yeah, I kind of wish I had an arena that I could reset a bunch. So far, it's fine for now. Okay, what's the value? The value is gonna be. I actually don't know. What is it supposed to be looking like? Reload and then command build. Oh, Zine build error. That's how it works. Okay, so we send build and then message.r. That's what we send. That's what we allocate. Okay, so do we build? We build. So this is, we actually have already an open build. Okay, so with this, we should be able to let the client know about build errors. Some of them, not all of them, but at least some of them. Let's test this with the Zig website. So we need to introduce a page rendering error. We need to introduce a page rendering error. So how do we do this? Yeah, let's break the Italian version. And that caused a crash, I think. Oof. Oh, this is the end release though. Bad access in JSON. We have Garbo? We shouldn't have Garbo in there. we should not have Garbo in there. Why do we have Garbo in there? Oh, that's why. So I guess errors and out are mutually exclusive. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Yo, it worked right away, even faster than what I assumed. So this absolute positioning is not exactly correct, though. We would want it to be better than this. It's not position absolute, is sticky. No, sticky is not fine. How does it work? What's the proper command to make like a div always stay at the top of the viewport? Okay, let's fix this. Okay, so if we fix this, this restores itself. If it fails, we show an error. That's already kind of working pretty well. That's already working kind of pretty well, if I do say so myself. The reason why it's working like this is because it's kind of a side effect to the fact that we're taking some shortcuts. Um, huh, okay, so I'll take it for now. But I think we can do something a little bit better, which is let's try to do like source tracking. So here's the problem with this. Here's the problem with this approach. Actually, I shouldn't have closed that thing. So I want to show you all. So the problem here is this. First of all, we're looking at the English page, and then we're breaking the Italian page, and that shows the error, which honestly is not that problematic. It's not unwanted behavior necessarily, but fine. Here's when things get wacky. Are we really doing this only once now? Are we like stopping when we find one to report? So the thing is, I would expect more than one of these guys. I would have expected more than one of these guys to have um, I would expect more than one of these guys to have a error in them. Why are we not showing many of those? Oh, because we're sending a flurry of these things. That's the problem. We're sending a flurry of these, and basically they all show up in rapid succession until the last one is the one that remains. Oh no, that is so bad. It is definitely so bad. You know what? Maybe we could say that we just return one to simplify things. Once we're done with one, we break outer. I bet you that if I do this, then you will see that the error, it's not gonna say that it's build system that causes this error. It's gonna say that it's something else. Yeah, it's gonna say that it's index SMD. Can collect them all. The thing is, I explicitly don't want to do this because if there's, I was failing to showcase this, but well, you see this in the terminal. Basically, if you have an error in a template, especially the base template, and this error has nothing to do with specific pages. So this is an error that is gonna basically trigger on every page because it's the template that has that error. Then you produce a ton of duplicates because every page fails because of an error in that template. And so I explicitly want to avoid this situation where you see a ton of errors spammed one after the other. So I want one at a time. What I would prefer is to select only the one error that pertains, well, to prioritize the error of the current page that you're looking at over the other ones. But I would say that's an advanced feature. I would say the starting point is don't complain, don't show a fuck ton of errors all at the same time. Pretty good though. Like it's already pretty good. It's very basic, but it's already pretty good. Honestly, it's already pretty good. So now we need a way of collecting errors that belong to other pages. Well, other type of errors, right? Errors that are pre-rendering errors, and I think that those. In any case, maybe you make a good point about collecting them. Or in reality, the way this could work is that it's fine to send them as multiple messages. The way this should work maybe is that we append their content in the client. So the client receives them as separate messages, and then it just puts them one after the other if there's many. So let's say if there's any pre-rendering error, to be honest, I'm not even sure doing this check is worth it. These things need to be redesigned. In any case. So the idea is, if there's any pre-rendering error, no, we don't want to do this. We just want to do something like errors, well, 4 basically. For build dot build dot mode dot memory dot errors. We kind of want to do this. I think these are fine to write down one after the other. If there's an error and there is no box, then we create the box and we set the inner HTML to this plus message. Fine. Otherwise, we remove it. What is this else thinking it's doing? It's almost as if this else thinks that it's elsing this. Or maybe it is. Oh yeah, we're saying if it doesn't exist, we create it. And then we do this. Okay. No, let's move this in here. Oops. Couple BRs. Or you know what? Not even a couple BRs. Put them here. There you go. Actually, you don't even need BRs, right? They can be new lines. It works. So with this, we do append. Let's see how that works. So this should only show one now. Okay, that's fine. Just to test, let's go in serve and let's remove the thing where we only render one of these guys. within the error case, I guess. Okay, now I would expect a spam. Yes, now here's the spam. Perfect. Okay, so let's restore the more desirable behavior. But now we can concatenate errors that we do want to concatenate. So how does it work though? Because so we have we have things like collisions exist as data. Yeah, this is a bit jank, but it's gonna allow us to make forward progress. So the idea is run, we have a build, static things, there we go. Here, error, static asset does not exist. We kind of want to do this. If um, if the build mode is memory, then we want to try build mode memory errors.append. And we kind of want the message to be this again, basically. Which is kind of annoying. But that works. This way we can persist it. The alternative is that we always collect them every single time. Like the better solution would be that we always collect them and then we print them afterwards. But I guess for now this will do. So here, let's see. I18N errors. Print superMD errors. Okay, we're past any other error reporting that happens here. Jesus, what an adventure. We build? That's crazy. Time to test. So, okay. Let's put a syntax error in a page. Crash. Hmm. Uh, what did we do wrong? What's crashing? There we go. Right. We're trying to serve a page that failed to build. And we don't recognize that. Okay. That surprises me though, because the failure happened earlier. Okay, no, I get that. No. All right. The problem is that there was an error. There was an error. There was an early error. So yeah, what do we do about that? We need to recognize this situation. So all those checks that we have copied in serve, these bad boys, we need them also down here to recognize when we can just when a page can't be trusted. You basically need to say if the page is not okay, it's basically any of these guys. If any of this is true, then we can't do this. Now, what is going to be our policy? What's our desired behavior like? A page has errors. We have an error reporting mechanism that is independent of the page. We don't have the page to serve, basically. Well, we could serve a page that says, look, there's an error in there. The WebSocket should show this error as a pop-up, and if it does not, look in the terminal. That's kind of what we want to do, basically. Yeah, something like this. Like if page is not active, I think we want basically another page that isn't the 404 one. We want a page that is this page has an rendering error, basically. I think I'll be back from break and then I'll be right back and I'm gonna implement this. With this implemented, we should be in pretty good shape with error reporting for our pages. Let's go. Yeah, I tried to go to, well, I did go to definition, go file. Oh shit, you're right. Usually ZLS allows me to do go to definition, but it doesn't work with embed files. I think ZLS should support that. But in any case, go file. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's nice. I was hoping go to definition in ZLS would do the same for me, but apparently it does not. Okay, so we have our error page. Now we can serve. Now what's the next problem? Oh shit. There we go. Now the problem is that the same should happen for the other ones, and the other ones are still also kind of wrong. Okay, let's let's see it in action. Oh, did we crash already? Jesus Christ. So no, we didn't fix shit. One of these should be true though. Can the LSP open files for you? Unsure. Well, I can do go to definition on a file, and if the file doesn't exist, it does the same behavior that you described. So I don't know. I think it's just not coded in ZLS. Okay, what was it doing? Also, where's the connection close thing? Don't close the connection. Okay, so I would expect these things to save us. Why are they not saving us? We need the LDB version. Oh, errors. No. We got here? The fuck? Parse active. Okay. Active is true. So we survive this. Then it's page parse status. Tag is parsed. So we survive this. This is the one that I would expect to contain errors. So analysis, front matter, items len. Zero? Well, I mean, fair. This is the index page. That's not the one that we broke, right? It's another one that we broke. So actually, what's the problem here? Well, here's the problem. The problem is that because we had a pre-render error, we never got this far. So we need another one of these conditions, which says here, it's not built. How the fuck do you guys call it? Is it just B? Or it's server.build. There we go. Zine build error. And if we hide this thing, then we see this page contains errors. No page was built because of pre-rendering error. This page should show the exact errors in an overlay. If that doesn't work for some reason, the terminal will contain all the info you need. Yeah. Okay, I think we have the skeleton going. I would say with this we are in a pretty good shape. There's probably some more corner cases that we haven't implemented correctly yet, but we have the error reporting back in place. And and it's like it's always there. Maybe there should be an X that allows you to close it, but and more importantly, if we fix this and we turn that into a different error, then it reloads with a different error. Let's see what we see here. Here we see the actual page. But if we navigate to the page that I actually broke, then you will see that if we take this away, body only contains this. What? No. Down here, if page dot render dot errors dot len is greater than 0, then we want to return an ascend error. We almost could just send these errors directly. The message is wrong. This says contains apparently rendering errors. Okay. I would say that's a good starting point. I think it's time for me to call it a day. Let's see. Already on Ghosty about 107 libs linked. Yep. Welcome to the world of GUI stuff on Linux. Such is life. I mean, you will actually see that normally normally Zig projects don't link dynamically to a ton of stuff, but sometimes you have to, especially if you have a GUI. If you have a GUI, you kind of can't. Let's see. There are some design decisions that, and also in the case of Ghosty, keep in mind that it's doing native stuff. So the point of Ghosty is that it's purposely not being just a Raylib application, right? It's integrating. It tries to integrate nicely with the native GUI stuff in your system, and so that's also another extra dose of dynamic linking. Cool. Well, I think that's it for me. Today was just a good programming day. We made a bunch of progress and implemented Zine. And now we have this. Yeah. So we basically have concluded the Zine serve subquest. Again, not perfect, but still working. Actual features are there. Quick as fuck. I mean, it's super fast, right? That's nice. Let me try this also on the sample website. Zine serve. Yep. So next is that now we can iterate on on this bad boy much more easily. Let's try. Boom. Build error. Content is in this script is syntax error. And it's back. I mean, that's great. Will it be supported? Yeah, it already kind of is. So it's still not well implemented. Let me show you what I have for now. But so the long answer is yes. But if you're also Blurrycat, if you're curious to try, standalone Zine, it's still unstable, right? I'm still working on it, so it's not perfect, but you can try it out. So here's how it works. In the build.zig, well, I guess in your build.zig, you can call website. So you do zine.website. And you know what? Maybe let me show you this from the Zig website. You call zine.website. For now, you can pass only in build assets. And the integration is not done well because for now, it assumes that you have a Zine executable in path. And it invokes that as a sub-step, passing in all the required CLI arguments for your build assets. The plan is to basically keep this same structure, with the difference that we will build Zine with Zig build for you, so that you have like a proper self-contained build that doesn't rely on stuff in path and whatnot. I just hacked this together a couple very quickly just so that I could test out the Zig website. So I'm gonna add more customization options, so that you can decide where to put the generated files, that kind of stuff. Also, there should be a way for you to invoke Zine serve from the build script as a step. That also wires in all the build dependencies, because that's kind of the point. That part is not implemented yet, but as you can see, it's not that complicated. It's just a matter of making it happen. So yeah. So if you want to try it out, if your point is, man, I have a website, but I have these build assets that are annoying, that works. You have to put Zine in your path, but if you clone the standalone branch of Zine, you can test drive it. You can try it out. Again, you will be subjected to whatever breakage I introduce in the commits. Although, to be honest, that's true also of main branch. But this is particularly unstable since I'm still working on it, and there's still a bunch of to-dos here that we need to go through before we can make a first release. But we're getting there. It's not that much stuff, to be honest. It's correctly supporting drafts, implementing list rendering. We completely regressed. It's not list. It's task list. We regressed task list. So actually, what I'm using right here, this thing, we regressed, and then relative paths in aliases and alternatives. That's it. So could Zine be embedded in another more specialized SSG? I don't know. I have no idea what that would look like. If you have an idea in mind where you can, I don't know, maybe it's obvious I'm just missing it. But if you can describe that more in detail, then maybe I can answer. So right off the bat, I don't know what that would look like. More specialized. Like you make a more, like a, I guess a higher level abstraction where you say, you lock down even more the website structure and purpose. So like you say, I made a library. Yeah, imagine a static site generator that takes a Git repository as input and generates a static website from it, but the tool only works for Git repositories. Like as in, you have like one page that says, this is the content files of this Git tree, and then maybe you have a page of statistics or something. That's the idea. Like some kind of like of show the file contents of the Git repository and maybe stats. Maybe, yeah. If you want to, that would make sense. Maybe there's another one that you could say about documentation of some kind. I think it would be nice to have a well-defined way of embedding Zig Autodoc in Zine. The idea being, I want to make a website that has a Zig Autodoc build as part of it. So the reference docs for my library or whatever are part of it. But then there's also other stuff. That would be nice. Well, in any case, this is it. So let me see if anybody wants to be rated, and then I'm going to call it a day. Somebody asked earlier, like 3 hours ago, what's your thoughts on future of Zig in terms of industry acceptance in mainstream projects? Well, you know what? It's fine if I miss that question. I don't know, man. It's like, whatever. If people find Zig useful, then great. That's kind of what we're doing. We're making it for, but also, I don't know. People can make that decision independently. Like they don't. I don't know. I don't care what they do. Like I'm optimistic that Zig does make some sense for people, because it does make sense for me. And while not everybody's like me, I'm not that unique either. So there's probably a good bunch of people out there that kind of behave like me. And so, yeah. And then for everybody else, I don't know, do whatever makes them happy. So I don't care. Okay, let's see. I don't see anybody that I know, so I'm gonna be lazy and call it a day. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time.